Well, that would be a scary scenario because in that particular instance, even the best VPN doesn't help, right? If there is no physical connection, if Russia is not connected to the worldwide internet, then it doesn't help. On the other hand, this is very unlikely because Russia is extremely well interconnected. There is not just, the connections to
Can we move on to the next slide, please? Right. Thank you. Of course, there's been more research on the topic of social fragmentation and polarization. Not only recently, but a few years ago. We can see here, for example, some of the reports published here in the United Kingdom by the Policy Institute at King's College London. in September 2019. This study was launched following up the Brexit vote in the United Kingdom. On the right here, there is another study by Pew Research Center in the United States, which looked at political polarization in American public. And of course, there were some interesting conclusions in those studies, and I think quite notable is the study of the Pew Research Center, where they found how increasing ideological uniformity and partisan antipathy can affect politics, compromise, and everyday life. And of course, to many of us, maybe today it's not a surprise, but at that time, the country in the processes of democratization, especially in those countries where this freedom of speech is limited when it comes to mainstream newspapers or the TV stations. So the digital media was seen as the only remaining outlet for public discussions and deliberations. And there was a lot of optimism, for example, during the Arab Spring events, and the book here at the center looks at the Arab Spring and questions whether it's the beginning of the fourth wave of democracy. And then there were several special issues. Here's one of them in the Journal of Democracy, looking at the social media and the struggle for democracy, and calling the technology at that time the liberation technology, with reference to the role the technology can play in democratization. Next slide, please. And of course, it changed a few years later. Then, of course, there were few events that impacted. Is that we wanted to study the role of such media in social conflicts, and that result from group polarization. Next slide, please. Thank you. Of course, looking back on the role of media for democracy, of course, the initial thought would be that media can contribute to pluralism in the opinions, and we can take this quote from Hamilton as his justification for the positive influence of democratic deliberation, or the debates in the legislative branch that can promote deliberation and circumspection, and then, of course, it can serve as a check excesses and to the excesses of the majority. If we look at the literature, next slide, please. If we look at earlier theories of democratization, of course, this modernization theory with its assumptions about the democracy as a byproduct of
74 sharing services and 19 other means of communication. You can see the general diagram visible on the left. The green brackets are those that were accessible. The red ones were inaccessible but still identifiable, and the white ones were not monitored because they were, for instance, encrypted communication apps or file sharing services. But generally speaking, it was a quite large information ecosystem maintained by the group that's the primary target of content takedowns, so it shouldn't be that developed. However, the biggest surprise was made by the fact that in the second part of the project that was carried out 6 months later in June 2021, I carried out the second round of the investigation, and I've learned that the size of the whole network, propaganda dissemination network, almost tripled to 386 communication channels. You can see again the diagram on the left. And it consisted of 58 standalone websites, 12 social media profiles, more than 280 file sharing services, and 34 other means of communication. Mostly these were encrypted communication apps, Telegram, Threema. Consisted of only 6 websites, Onion websites, but the interesting part is that they were full of terrorist propaganda. There were thousands, tens of thousands of propaganda productions available through these websites. However, they mostly served as a backup, as backup communication channels whenever the surface web domains were blocked. And aside from them, there were also 4 microblogs and image boards that contained mostly Salafi jihadist chatter. They served as hotspots of terrorist communication. For instance, Islamic State followers were looking for recruiters on the dark web, or they wanted to contribute financially to the group on those boards. And last but not least, the dark web was also utilized at the time for the purpose of acquiring propaganda through torrent search engines that are easily findable on the Onion router. And the fourth project, this is the final project that is not completed. It is still ongoing currently here in Italy at the ITS-TIME Center. This is the project, the VIOMAP project, that aims to map the evolution of the information.
Making decisions in context.
Where we were talking to the repatriates, the so-called repatriates, people that are ethnically of Kazakh nationality, but they had to move out of the Soviet Union during the expropriation and collectivization. They had to move to China, Afghanistan, and other neighboring countries. And then with the collapse of the Soviet Union, they would come back and settle in certain places in the country. And these settlements formed these enclaves. And we could see in these days that there are a lot of social unrest happening or starting to happen from these enclaves because of those sentiments of the relative deprivation and other issues such as unemployment and access to public goods. And this led, of course, to an alarming tendency of conflicts, including interethnic conflicts and labor conflicts, particularly in the country that we are studying in Kazakhstan. And then in 2022, there were riots in not accurate prediction. Next, please. Next. One more, please. Thank you. And the examples are, there are plenty of examples, both in the West, as with Trump elections and the Brexit in the United Kingdom, but also with the Russian invasion in Ukraine that is fueled by propaganda and nationalistic sentiments, and more recent statements by Russian politicians about a few other issues related to the relations of Russia and Kazakhstan, and in particular the quite often mentioned topic is the decline in the use of Russian language in Kazakhstan, and decline in the number of Russian language schools, which as we could see, the nationalistic sentiments are often used by politicians to gain political points or to get more support from the population. Next, please. And the final, and its true or untrue consequences was spreading really fast in social media, whereas the official channels remained largely silent until the next day or until the next morning, where people were already informed with both false or false news, and some people had information about casualties, which turned out not to be true. Next, please. Of course, there is also need to use use interdisciplinary approach in these studies, and of course, it's used widely to spread propaganda, and using the public money quite often to create bot farms or to influence from outside, or organizing cyber attacks. And there were several cyber attacks reported recently on independent journalists, for example, in the country where I come from. And the surveillance is, to some extent, could be also made easier for government agencies, because it would be quite straightforward sometimes to identify dissidents and then follow with repressions.
I think anything should be done about this, whether you think it's a problem or whether you think that the live and let live mentality still holds in an age where people can be extremely manipulated online.
Thank you for your question. it lets me clarify first that I am not a free speech absolutist or a free speech purist. I did mention briefly in my presentation that in international human rights law, the right to freedom of speech is a qualified right. And states can justifiably prohibit the incitement of acts of hostility, discrimination, and violence. So there are limits to the exercise of free speech. But in terms of the point you raise about, yes, there is false and misleading information circulating on the internet, and some of it does real harm. So the question is, who do you trust?
One, two. Yep, check. Good morning.
Oh, we might. It's entirely up to you. Does it make a difference to you? Well, I may have to give you microphones if you're all deciding to the table. Oh, I see. It's easier if we stand at the lectern. For now, but I'm sure. But Debbie will need a microphone because she'll want to stay sat down, won't she? And we probably won't go jumping up and down if there are questions. Not. Well, we can, if you got the lapel one for Deborah. And I have a handheld, so a handheld. I'll do this exactly what I'm told. Would you be able to have a handheld? Yeah. And then Deborah William, if you're right, I'll just give you a microphone. Well, I'm going to put the lecture, I'm going to use a handheld. So, if... Okay. Excellent.
That's right, but William, then you're going to need the best compressor known to the audiovisual industry for your voice. Hard's limited. Honestly, hard limited. Put buffering, pushing up against them the whole time.
We'll start by setting the context, really kind of probe the question as to why AI safety and ethics need to be operationalized in the first place. Isn't regulation in itself enough? We'll then kind of dive deep into the how of it. How exactly should this be operationalized? Critically looking at two modes of ethics and safety operationalization, model evaluations and algorithm audits. We'll then kind of look at their different types, critically assess different characteristics, limitations, etc., and finally kind of look at how these interventions really play out in the practical context. How can they be made useful in guiding the responsible development of AI technologies post hoc. Finally, we'll wrap up with some concluding remarks and take some question and answers when time permits. Let's start with the obvious. We're currently in the AI moment. AI development, deployment is seeing massive adoption, deployment across different sectors. There's widespread acceptance, adoption, usage happening from recommendation systems to generative AI models, seamlessly generating code, text, image, audio, video, etc., to as well as a lot of sectoral applications of AI within healthcare, commerce, climate change.
Wrong word. He was being constructive with the truth for his own purpose. And everybody knew that, everybody in the room knew that, and yet what he was saying was published in the national press and so forth. And we get that now. For example, with the bombing of Shifa Hospital in Gaza. And Shifa Hospital, the establishment, not just Israel, the establishment, right up to the US president, said that this was an Islamic Jihad missile that had been fired from west to east and had gone astray. And fine, but forensic analysis shows that the missile was fired from east to west, and it's evident to anybody, and I've visited Gaza many times, and I know Gaza, and I've met the leaders of Islamic Jihad and Hamas, and I know that they can be pretty evil, but the likelihood that they would fire a missile at their own hospital is limited. And the likelihood, it doesn't.
Secondly, there are very real dangers that are associated with regulation being overprescriptive, as it can, stifle innovation. And thirdly, a practical implication of regulations is that they increase the cost of compliance. And this increase in the cost of compliance can make the already uneven playing field a lot more unequal, especially for innovators, startups, and SMEs looking to develop innovative breakthrough applications in AI. And how do we solve this? We solve this by baking in socio-technical interventions right from the outset that measure, monitor, and mitigate a model's risks throughout its life cycle. We do this by leveraging two sorts of interventions. Of course, there are many, but I'll cover two today. Model evaluations, colloquially called evals, and audits. While evals help sort of gauge the model efficacy, the rate of model efficacy, and mitigate risk during a model's life cycle, audits are a powerful way of independently stress testing, interrogating models against different sorts of risks. Audits can also help assure models and can also act as very strong signals of regulatory compliance. And of course, these are made potent, and these can be made potent, essentially means ensuring that a model's outputs are clearly interpretable, communicable, and the processes that determine an algorithmic outcome are also understandable and accessible as well. And finally, you have something, a very core tenet of AI ethics, which is bias or fairness, which really involves investigating whether an AI system treats individuals fairly or whether a system performs differently for different groups based on protected characteristics like gender, sex, race, language, economic stratification, so on and so forth. And with this sort of pillar-based approach clear, we move to our first tool, which is ethics and safety evaluations. And I'm going to use a definition from academic literature adapted from Weidinger et al. 2023 here, where they define ethics and safety evals as a set of socio-technical tools that can help investigate, detect, monitor, and determine the efficacy of an AI system's capabilities. Colloquially and broadly speaking, they're really examinations for models that are deployed throughout the model sort of development lifecycle. And this can be deployed in a variety of ways, evaluating across performance levels. So trying to understand how effectively a model understands a sequence of words, fed into it as prompts. How are its mathematical capabilities? What is its reading comprehension level, etc. Model modalities. How does a model perform with respect to text, audio, video, code-based capabilities?
In today's world. And I notice it working with a foundation that works for peace. I mean, the anger in people over Russia, over Gaza, different people in their different ways here in our society are very, very angry. And unless you allow them to express that, if your counter-extremism policy is merely to censor and repress, then you are, in my view, promoting extremism. That's enough from me. I'll stop there and let somebody take over.
I'm going to hand over now to Paul.
This mic cool? Yeah, fantastic. So I have to follow.
And these can be developed internally or taken from public academic databases, which is usually the case. Model evaluations can be used throughout a model's development lifecycle and are used for hill climbing.
1 second. Okay, I'm assuming everyone can see title screen here and everyone can hear me okay. If not, happy to speak louder or make whatever adjustments we need in order for you to be able to see the screen. I appreciate everyone coming to listen a little bit to what I've got to say. My talk is about the application of behavioral cybersecurity and incident response. I think that what I want to try to talk about today is the application of some of the elements that we see and we find in behavioral economics in the world of cybersecurity. And as I kind of move through the presentation, I'm going to give you a couple, a short rundown on some basic economic concepts, a little bit about behavioral economics, and then how those key elements from behavioral economics really are quite applicable in the cybersecurity realm, and then talk about incident response and root cause analysis and how we can kind of apply those to come up with perhaps a better or a more meaningful way of looking at cybersecurity and cybersecurity incident response.
The efficacy of it reducing the prevalence of violence and hate, sexual content, criminal planning, guns and illegal weapons, self-harm, regulated substances against, sort of competing models like OpenAI's Mod API, Perspective API, using benchmarking techniques. This is just an example of how benchmarking kind of, plays out. However, benchmarks are, well, not perfect and have limitations. Firstly, there's a perceptible lack of appropriate benchmarks across model harms and modalities. I'll kind of get into
net benefit or the most positive outcome for their own personal behavior. And if we think about, tying rational actor and rational agent from behavioral economics or regular economics, we know that people don't necessarily always do any of these. We don't operate under perfect information. We sometimes have inconsistent preferences. We don't always do cost-benefit analysis, and therefore, it was relatively easy to understand and see why we kind of needed to move towards a little bit different model as it related to just some basic economic decision making and those kinds of things. So out of that kind of raised or arose this concept of behavioral economics, which was more of a multidisciplinary approach that offers some a little bit more precise and comprehensive understanding of economic activities and market phenomenon, and it acknowledges that individual decision making is really constrained by their cognitive limitations, particularly not necessarily having the most perfect information to them or available to them all the time, and that people process information differently. We come to decision making with biases and mental shortcuts and those types of things that lead to quite often irrational decisions, which is kind of contrary to the traditional behavioral economics model. And I think the really neat thing here is that we can apply a lot of these things to cybersecurity and cybersecurity policymaking that we see both now and hopefully in the future, where a lot of policy making within organizations is based upon this theory or this concept of a rational actor, and that individuals, whether working for the organization as a user with a non-cybersecurity role, or those individuals that have a cybersecurity
framework to help people with big IQs and smaller IQs effectively navigate through a situation. Number 3, it provides a meeting place for ideas and even taboo ideas. When I talk to people in ideologically extreme positions, if I argue with them, we just get what resists persists. We just fight. We get stronger, muscular, if you like, in our debate. But if I say, let me understand your ideology, here is a counter ideology, or here's another ideology, or even within your ideology, pull out the bits that actually are good, that are useful, rather than just everything's bad and useless. So what I want to is pull out those ideological positions that I think actually within that I can hear where you're coming from. I can see what you're saying. I can kind of get my hands around what you're trying to grapple with because it resonates. Now, how about if we situate that within this ideology? How does that work? And actually, I found that people are far more open and receptive, A, to thinking in a different way, but also if we want to get all security and psychological about it, it actually is quite subversive because we're helping change the narrative. The third area, the fourth area, is it provides a roadmap for policy making. So I would suggest that when it comes to education, when it comes to how we bring our children up, I think rather than just blanking what's going on, my children, my sons now have been through school, etc., and they were being confronted with the Andrew Tates of this world, etc. Now you can argue, my one naughty word for the day, you can argue the toss with people like that, and I've sat with individuals who hold to those things, and you can argue point by point, you're going to lose. It's not going to work. But if we grab a hold of it and say, actually, I think I can see where you're coming from, and then policy will be to equip our educators and our education system with ways to train our children and our young people how to think through ideological lenses rather than just try to beat the other person through a sound argument and reasoning. And actually, rather than resist them, actually to pull out, that's an interesting point. Where do we situate that within these different ideological positions? The anthropologists Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson looked at how societies change and evolve. And they drew a simple pyramid, a simple triangle, as all good models, all good heuristics provide us shortcuts to navigate complexity. If we want to create change, sometimes we can approach it at the environmental level. Let's change the chairs around, physical level. We can approach it at the skills level or the training level. You need to understand this, you need to do that, etc. That's a very transactional approach to creating change in society. The fastest changes in society, according to them and the research across the world, is when you touch people at a belief or an ideological level. Because we are not just rational, logical beings, we are emotive, meaning-making human beings who need to find meaning, place, and purpose in life. So therefore, an ideology will trump an ideology. And Mead and Bateson and other people like that said, if you get to the top of the pyramid, which is around belief, purpose, and identity, and you start to converse around then, the cascading change when people start to grab a hold of those positions is faster than if you try to drive transactional change from the bottom up. So I would argue from a position of transformational language through ideology rather than transactional language through sheer raw argument in and of itself. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be logical, it shouldn't mean we shouldn't argue and bring facts in, but we have to deal at the ideological level. Let me throw out a simple ideological thought, very small, and I'm going to finish on this. And it goes something like this. If we look at the world, there's enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. A simple ideological position, a simple paradigm which we can look at the world through. Now, we can then start to dive into the complexities, because how does that affect environment, need and greed? How does that affect financial institutions, need and greed? How does that affect business, need and greed? How does that affect the marginalized and the elites of society, need and greed? How does that affect foreign policy and aid, expansionism, need and greed? Simple, pithy things like that make sense instinctively at an ideological level and give us an opportunity to drop down and talk policy, talk taboo, have a framework and a moral compass at which to navigate complexity through. It's a massive challenge, but we can't ban it. We can't ban the stuff we see online. It's too late, it's got away, it's too democratized. We need to engage, get on the playing field, and actually start to think up ideological positions that inspire rather than seek to crush other people just for the sake of winning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will be opening up for questions, but I think we're going to start with an interpanel discussion.
Oh, my.
Yes. And I want to raise something which wasn't raised. Jonathan Hall KC, who's the counter-terrorism sort of regulator, he said the internet is a major source of radicalization and self-radicalization of children. And one of the problems with the online safety bill, he feels, is that children are not being protected enough. So could I have some thoughts on that? And also, the head of the Met's counterterrorism unit, Commander Dominic Murphy, has said that the Met has seen an uncomfortable rise in child radicalization driven by online content. And one of the issues is, how do you protect children on the internet? We know that TikTok is huge, and when there are even age restrictions, that's not necessarily implemented. So that follows on your point, Paul, about education. And in Finland, they have a very effective, I think, educational policy on teaching children about recognizing misinformation, disinformation. So could we explore that a bit? How do you feel that government, could deal? Because and also in France, they've been witnessing a huge uptick in IS activity, recruiting in ISIS, recruiting a new generation of young people online. And so could we explore that a bit, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Who wants to? Yeah.
Yes, I've more technical thoughts around this kind of stuff, but I engage both with prevent and security around the sort of the Met side of things, as well as people on the ground. And I think one of the things that we can do, which is very, very practical, is from a social media perspective, rather than try to ban it and police and regulate, which I think that would be lovely, but I think we're beyond the stage where it's even possible with how you can get around things these days. That's just the way it is. I wonder whether we should start turning on the algorithms that actually search for facts. I think there's an algorithmic argument that says that a lot of the social media algorithms are sensational. They pick up on certain trends, etc., that are more sensational. Well, why don't we disrupt that by turning on and releasing algorithms and chatbots and machine learning and all the other bits and pieces that are actually fact finders, truth seekers, and do it that way. And the reason why I say that is because I can't mention names because we're streaming, but some people I was talking to some time ago work for the parent company of one of the well-known online social media platforms, and one of his roles, and he's involved with psychological warfare. He got employed by such an organization, allegedly. One of his roles was to develop the algorithms that would persuade people to move from one position to another, particularly when it came to the Brexit argument. And so I know it's indeed possible for us to begin to work with social media companies to develop algorithms that actually pull out facts and truth and wrap them into some sort of clever ideological position. It's just using the same methods that are used negatively, but use them positively.
Thank you, but so far a lot of the social media companies have been reticent. They're big business, and one of the problems is sensationalism, as we know, sells. Do you think, there's a big argument that the internet companies should be held to account by being held to account by the same standards that old media, the newspapers, that they should be treated as publishers. One of the big problems is that it's quite difficult at the moment with current the legislation just doesn't keep up. Could you?
There's a part of me that's quite pragmatic, and I would love to think that we could turn back the clock and make all those things happen. I don't know how you police it. I don't know how you regulate it effectively and efficiently for a long enough period of time. It would be fantastic. It would be fantastic. But so I'm much more of the, well, why don't we use the influence subversion approach? Subversion, I don't know if that's the right word, but the influence approach, and somehow hook it to the bottom line of media companies as well, or advertisers, and make truth sensational, make accuracy sensational, exciting in some sort of more positive narrative.
But it's a carrot and a stick approach that you know, if they're held to account as publishers, some people feel that would improve, you know, standards. Because at the moment it seems, and obviously because these are cross-border international companies, that's obviously another hurdle that, you know, who, where, what regulates.
I mean, my sense is that, I mean, I'm not an expert on policy and law in that respect, but I would think it's nearly impossible to legislate unless the state steps in and starts turning things off and clamping down. And unfortunately, well, from my perspective at least, I think that these companies and how shares work and how the stock exchange works and transnational business operates, I just don't think advanced Western democracies can operate in that way. Maybe it's a bit sad.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit pessimistic. William, any thoughts on this?
Yeah,
sort
I think trying to control the internet companies is fine, but it's been done, it's being done, it's part of the process, and it's failing. The children, the whole of society is subverting children, not just the internet. You look at mainstream television. I mean, what's the big problem with children? And that is violence, knife crime, anger, aggression, brutality that is creeping into their lives. And it's creeping into their lives from mainstream media, from the BBC and the ITV, which put on programs which are frankly very, very brutal now. And very, very brutal. And people become inured to violence, desensitized. It's, in my view, this is my view, I'm just saying. And so what we need is a kind of sea change in society. And we also need, if you want an old-fashioned view, we've taken away all of the things that children did, not just in Britain, but across the world, because of this change in approach from governments. And our own government here in the UK, the youth clubs have gone, the swimming pools are being closed down, the kinds of things that would occupy children and get them off the streets. And you see a huge rise in knife crime, you see a huge rise in violent crime. And I think it's a problem that we are not addressing properly. And there is alienation. These people, these kids don't feel they belong to anything. They haven't got a club to belong to. They haven't got an ideology to belong to. And what are the great ideologies? They are socialism, ISIS, moral rearmament, pacifism like Martin Luther King, active pacifism. You know, you have all these kind of gripping thoughts. Well, what is ISIS? It's grasped a lot of young people and caused them to go and fight in Syria. Not, I mean, it's a thing of the past, but it may be a thing of tomorrow too, especially with what's going on in Gaza now when people are being radicalized by that. What is ISIS? ISIS is an ideology that believes in Armageddon and exclusivity. It believes that you're with us or you're against us, and these are the final days.
But how do we protect children?
How do you protect children from an ideology like this? Is by promoting inclusivity and promoting an ideology, basically, of, you know, you all belong, you are part of our society, and inclusivity is enormously important, rather than the exclusive ideology that is being thrust down the internet, whether you're talking about the extreme right who hate anybody who aren't the same as them, or ISIS who hate everybody who aren't the same as them. You need to fight this kind of extremism with inclusivity and with an ideology of love. I'm sorry, it sounds terribly old-fashioned, but it is, I think, the only way. And it has to be done, and it has to be done as an alternative, instead of merely trying to suppress extremism. You will never win a battle where you just try and suppress extremism, in my view.
Thank you, William. I'd like to now open it up to questions from the audience. If you could introduce yourself and say where you're from, that would be great. Do you need...
Yeah, there's one coming from the back.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it on? All right. Thank you very much for the talk. I'm going to kind of combine both talks in my question. My name is Tyler West, and I'm doing a PhD in Ireland, almost finished. I'm looking at user agency in media regulation, social media regulation, actually. So this is quite pertinent. But I'm from Appalachia. And I don't think my community is necessarily unique in this regards. I've seen so many people become maybe a soft version of radicalization, but also conspiratorial thinking, and it's really disheartening, to be honest. And so your talks resonated with me on that level. One of my questions was for when we're talking about ideology and meeting an ideology with another ideology, how do you do that in a way? First of all, what does that alternative ideology look like? I'm assuming it isn't necessarily a progressive ideology, because that would be absolutely blocked from the get-go. What does that look like, and how do we keep that from being paternalistic? Because in some ways, you're coming in and you're saying, well, I'm taking what you're saying on board, but here I'm going to change it, so how do you make that work? Because in my experience, when anybody, I personally know, I try to challenge their ideologies or even act like I'm commiserating in some way with their beliefs, they're like, I'm on to you. You're trying to change my mind. So that was one question. The other, really for both of you, was what is the cause of all this? We talk about the anger and the anti-elite. Nobody really talked about what they thought the root cause was. And I think until we get to the root causes and fix those, this problem is going to continue.
William touched on it, thank you. So if you could keep the answers brief. Yeah, thank you. Who wants to go first? Paul, do you want to go first?
Tyler, thank you. Yes, I've spent many, many hours, weeks, months, it feels like years in rooms talking to people with really strong ideologies. And in the early stages, I was a bit of a trickster. I was thinking, hey, yeah, how can I make you think that I agree, and then I can subvert because I've got some clever Socratic questioning technique. It doesn't work. Actually, the truth of the matter is this takes time. And actually going in with 2 ears and 1 mouth, using them in those proportions, and genuinely listening for, actually, I can see where you're coming from, actually. Tell me more, tell me more. And it's time and proximity that win people, not the argument. The arguments come later. Of course, we can take people on a logical thing, but actually it takes time to walk with people through a process. How have I changed over time? Yeah, I've had epiphany moments, but it's been over time. Whether I like it or not, that's just how we change. Brains like the shortest possible route. They don't like burning carbohydrates, so they need time to change. In terms of the causal factors, really interesting. Whether I talk to Kremlin whistleblower through to paedophile hunter, the common thing that comes through is a sense of existential nothingness. They call it black pilling. What's the point? Red pilling is, hey, we've woken up to see the world as it really is. But black pill is, I've woken up to see the world as it really is, but there's just no point. And I think people are in an existential vacuum. And I think that's a big, because we won't get into geopolitical, the collapsing of familiar things around us creates, and I'm going to try and keep it pithy, so I'm going to stop, but I think there's a lot to unpack in the existential vacuum. And of course, you get strong women and men stepping into that and providing simple solutions to complex answers. And people want security and stability, so they'll latch onto it and find meaning, something to live for, but more importantly, something to die for. And I think we've kind of lost a lot of that something to die for business.
Thank you. William?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, the problem you have is that people don't have a sense of belonging enough. The old nationalisms have gone, and they are replaced by a very parochial kind of attitude where you dislike the other, and that's it. I'd never liked nationalism. I'm an internationalist. I believe in a multicultural world, but it's not. There is a lack of a sense of belonging, and I think that is a core problem with the alienated. People don't feel they belong. And then hatred gets fostered. And hatred, we live in a much more hating world now. Hatred is much more of a feature of our lives. Hatred of Israel, hatred of Russia. You get a lot of hatred bouncing around amongst ordinary people. And it is a real problem that this is becoming a phenomena in our society, in my view. Hatred of migrants, hatred of... The hatred is becoming a major phenomena. Hatred of Brexiteers by Remainers and vice versa. So it's something we have to deal with. But the other thing is ideologies for inclusivity. I mean, we've experimented with this at my foundation, the one I work with, in different ways. And one time, a few years back, we set up an online group called Qawata. Qawata is Arabic for reflections. And we decided we'd make it a kind of Sufi-esque program, and we built it on the basis of an organization Paul knows called Moral Rearmament, which believes in, or used to believe in, doesn't exist now really, but used to believe in absolute purity, absolute truth, absolute love, and absolute selflessness. Now, it was an odd thing to build an ideological page on. We did it as an experiment. We made it totally inclusive, so pro-gay, pro-everybody, you know, a one-world ideology of the kind of thing that Khalil Gibran used to believe in, a world without frontiers, where you're all part of the one brotherhood and the sisterhood of mankind. And we promoted it on Facebook. It's still there. It's a pretty dead page now because we haven't had the energy, because it took huge effort putting things up in Arabic and English every day. It got up to around 500,000 followers, and mostly in towns like Cairo. And it's interesting, though, that people are eager for a philosophy of inclusivity in a world where there is so much exclusivity of the other. And so that was an experiment. Okay. But there are other approaches. Sorry, Debbie's accusing me of talking on too much. But I think we really need to try and look at this whole issue of extremism in a different way.
Are there more questions? Veronica, thank you.
Maybe some online as well.
Yeah.
I have no suggestion. I'm working for the Next Century Foundation. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. I just believe that if you discuss things, the whole emphasis is sorry, you don't get together and discuss things. I think if we can actually have a situation where people can talk and discuss things, and they suddenly find it that person is quite like themselves, and they don't put up a wall because you're all Muslim and I'm Christian, and you ought to be able to discuss things. And I just think it's so sad that people no longer just have the opportunity to discuss things, and always there's this great umbrella of the internet sort of covers everybody. And so you don't meet people and discuss things. I mean, the thing is to meet people and talk about things. I think it's really important to be able to do that. And now in this internet world, we don't discuss people and find out that person's quite like ourselves and put out walls. And I just find it really, really sad that we've got to this where we don't actually meet people and talk to them. I think that's much better. I'm sorry, I have no other solution. That's what I was going to say.
Are there any online questions, Gwen? Okay. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Joe. I'm from Hong Kong, China. I'm the chief editor of Artificial Intelligence Global Community. So I like this topic very much. So my question is, should we consider the historical perspective when we discuss extremism? 50 years ago, LGBTQ was not a good thing, 50 years ago. But today, it has become common sense. 200 years ago, colonialism was a social progress, but today it's a bad thing. So today we discuss about how to protect children, how to educate them. But actually, I think children themselves is educated themselves by TikTok. When we discuss about TikTok spread bad ideas, but it also share lots of knowledge to next generation. We could imagine that 100 years ago, probably BBC TV is an evil thing. It's not good. As same as we treat TikTok today. So I want to know, could we probably after 100 years, everything narrative will be changed. And today's extremism will become another thing.
Wow.
Okay.
It's quite a question. The one thing I would say about the BBC, there are regulations about impartiality. I mean, TikTok is not regulated. There are responsibilities for public broadcasters, certainly in the UK, and that's regulated by Ofcom. So I don't think you can sort of compare apples and pears. That's the only thing I would just like to point out. So, Paul, would you like to tackle, I mean, wow, extremism, is it going to become in 100 years?
The norm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think,
quite a question. Thank you.
So stepping back, yes, of course, ideas, norms, values do seem to change over time, over history. You know, we convince ourselves that certain things were true and horrible or true and right 100 years ago, which then turn out to be the opposite or close to. So therefore, what's the solution? Is the solution to fight those things, or is the solution to actually deal with rules of engagement? So let me unpack that just a little bit. When I'm talking to people with different positions, and my position's changed over time as well, but when I talk to people with different positions, I'm not looking to beat them. We set up rules of engagement. And rules of engagement help us navigate in our conversation how we're going to discuss that. So we're going to be respectful. Yes, what does that mean? We have to define that. Are we going to be loving? Yes, sounds fluffy. But ideas have legs. These emotions have legs. If I'm angry and I don't settle, that has legs in terms of I'm going to act out of that. So if we're discussing an ideological position which we may disagree on, or which may well change in 50 years' time, I think it's really good to train people how to actually engage with other people in conversation, because we need to have a humbler position. I'm not saying that certain extremist positions we take all the way through forever, but if I'm not a philosopher, but if you read Hegel, when he talks about antithesis, and then, when he talks about synthesis, bringing ideas together, I think it's a much better way to approach these ideas, which may well change. We have a humbler position. We're not rolling over. We're trying to pull out what is genuinely useful, understanding that we will change. But I think there are some red lines. I think there has to be some red lines around the dignity of a human person and a human being. The old-fashioned things about love. All those things actually have stood the test of time as ideologies and extreme positions have come and gone. They seem to be the themes that cut across. So I wonder if we focus on the universal themes that cut across our shared humanity and build from that place. Might be a bit of a pie-in-the-sky thought, but I can't think of anything better.
William.
Well, there's so much to say. I think Veronica, by the way, was quite right about the issue of talking to one another. That is essential, and it can be done. Too often, social media is a place where you put your own view and then walk away, and then you get your followers. But there's not a proper conversation in every instance, and we need to make social media a place for conversations so that when people post something, you respond rather than just take it down. That's one of the things. By the way, I talked about Coata. We promoted that, we're talking 5-10 years ago. Now, and that was on Facebook, now the big, with the young people, we should be on TikTok or Snapchat or whatever. These are the big programs. Facebook is, well, it's not dead in the Middle East, but it's pretty dead here in the West. And yeah, TikTok is where it's at. And TikTok is what young people look at. And so that's the platform that needs looking at. And I don't think our chair is right. I don't think the BBC is regulated, in my view. The amount of extreme graphic violence on the BBC that promotes extreme violence is not regulated. And I don't think the BBC is balanced. I don't think their coverage... We're here on Holocaust Memorial Day today. And we're asked to put a candle in our windows to remember the dead from extremism. But it's very hard at a time when people are dying in Gaza. It's very hard. It's very hard to adopt these conventional sort of positions. I think that Debbie's pointing out the time. I will stop. But I think your question is very powerful, very important. And in a historical context, you're right. The old ideologies, we've moved on. It's not a world in which communism in its traditional Marxist-Leninist sort of idea, well, it died pretty swiftly, traditional communism, as an ideology. I'm not sure you got it under Stalin anymore. It ended pretty swiftly, but these ideologies are gripping. You know, the ownership of the means of production by the people, for the people, Clause 4 of the Labour Party. Ideologies grab people, whether it's ISIS, communism, whatever, and we need to be aware of that. And you don't fight an ideology by trying to repress it. But the historical context, yes, it does matter.
I need to repeat, the BBC has very strict guidelines and regulation, and that's a whole other discussion. But I think on impartiality, we need to wrap up. I'm going to...
Oh, we're all right. Are we all right? Do we need to wrap up?
Yeah.
My goodness, I was looking at the clock up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to say that I think, as you've seen, the chair disagrees with some of the speakers. But we need to continue this conversation. We could go on and on. I think this is a subject we will revisit. And I think the big takeaway for me is that obviously education is key, and that governments, I think politicians also, we haven't touched upon this, their language of division and hate also sets a tone.
It does, that's true.
And so I'm sure the speakers will be happy to speak to you afterwards if anyone has any further questions. So I'm going to wrap this discussion up, and thank you very much for coming today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mic check. 1, 2. I don't know why it keeps dropping out. Yet another grab then.
hear me?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Could you repeat that, sorry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be going live about 5 minutes.
All right, thanks.
All right, hello. Recording in progress.
Oh, cool. Welcome to the afternoon panel on investigating cybercrime against business in the EU. Results from the cybersecurity for businesses. And I'd like to welcome our speaker, Tommaso Comunale. And yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You may begin now.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I share the screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah, you should be able to see the
Yeah. We can see you perfectly.
Okay, nice. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to present a study and a project that I've been developing over the past few years together with my colleagues at the Center for the Study of Democracy, which is a public policy think tank located in Sofia, Bulgaria. My name is Tommaso Comunale, and I'm a security analyst and project manager who has been following this project on cybercrime against businesses in the Netherlands, Bulgaria, and Spain, which I will tell you more in a few minutes. Essentially, we developed a survey instrument, so a research tool to detect cybercrime and cyber victimization among companies in the 3 target countries. Because we found and we noticed in the literature that despite the increasing presence of businesses in the online sphere in the past decades and increasing cybercrime and cybersecurity threats that have been targeting companies and individuals, only few studies had developed a new level investigation of cybercrime against companies in EU member states. So based on our studies, we found that there was a need of a cross-country cybersecurity survey for businesses that could measure the real impact and extent of cybercrime and the factors that make companies more likely or less likely to report cyber victimization to law enforcement agencies or relevant authorities. The truth of the matter is that to date, there is now a study from the European Commission, which is called Eurobarometer, Flash Eurobarometer, which has also started to investigate these type of threats against companies. So back then, we decided to devote our effort and studies to the development of a cybersecurity survey for businesses, which would have 3 main objectives. The first one was to investigate cybercrime and cyber victimization among companies in Bulgaria, the Netherlands, and Spain, which, as I said, were the 3 target countries of our EU-funded project. The second objective was to analyze the reporting behaviors and the associated cost of cyber victimization to identify why companies were reporting or not reporting cyber victimization. And the last objective was to inquire about the cybersecurity measures and strategies that companies had developed or implemented in their business domain. So with these 3 objectives, we developed a novel survey instrument, which would have the 3 target countries, as already mentioned. Each country would consist, let's say, each country would have a sample consisting of 400 companies, which we designed as a national representative sample, which means that through computer-assisted telephone interviewing, we targeted all the universe of companies, including micro, small, medium, and large companies. And we use as a reference period the standard reference period, which is usually used in the surveys, which is the previous 12 months. So we asked through a subcontracting agency, within each country, we asked 400 companies what was the cyber victimization they had experienced, the cybersecurity measures they had been implementing, and the type of cyber threats and costs they had incurred in the previous 12 months. So with this, let's say, overview in mind, we deployed the survey, we collected the data, we analyzed the data, and we published the results on the project website, which is cyber.eu. And what we found across the three countries, was that on average, almost 1 in 2 companies of the 1,200 companies that we surveyed had been a victim and a target of phishing attacks in the previous 12 months. And as you can see from this visual representation, phishing attacks in the middle of the graph are the most relevant, let's say, type of crimes. 17% of companies on average were targeted by malware, which is different from ransomware. And slightly more than 1 in 10 companies was targeted by DDoS attacks. And business identity theft was also quite prevalent in 1 in 10 companies. So we use the standard categories of cybercrime from the previous literature to inquire about this cyber victimization. So it was quite an interesting result, although on a very descriptive level, to notice that phishing attacks, malware, were the 2 most recurring type of threats reported by companies. When I say companies, I mean that we targeted, we asked through the survey either IT experts or business representatives that had a knowledge on the IT infrastructure. So we only surveyed people who were in a position of providing effective knowledge and information about the cyber threats and attacks. Then regarding reporting to the relevant authorities, because one of the other key objectives was to not only to inquire about cybercrime against companies and the type of cyber threats, but was also to inquire to which type of authority companies were reporting to having suffered from cyber crimes. And these graphs shows on the left the type of cyber crimes and cyber threats, and on the horizontal axis the type of relevant authorities that were reached out to report any cyber offense. And as you can see, website administrators and internet network service providers were the 2 most recurring relevant authorities that were reached out. So essentially, the larger the square, the more the number of companies that declare to have reported to that type of authority. Some other authorities, as bank or credit card company on the top level, were mostly reported as relevant authorities for attempt of accessing a company's account, which is no surprise. And another trend that is partially visible is that ransomware in the middle of the graph was basically almost evenly reported by companies when it comes to website administration, internet and service providers, but also the police and outsourced cybersecurity providers. So one of the takeaway of this graph and this type of information is that it's interesting to notice that the police, which is actually one of the state authorities that would be mostly, let's say, involved in this type of dynamic, was actually not so much involved compared to other types of relevant authorities. Then, talking still about reporting behavior, we inquired about the main factors for reporting. And among the Bulgarian companies, the 3 most recurring reasons were to avoid or prevent repeated cyber victimization. So more than 1 in 2 companies declared to having reported cybercrime because of prevention of additional type of offenses. But also to support the authorities in fighting incidents like that in the future, almost 1 in 4 companies. And then the belief that it was the right thing to do was also reported by 1 in 3 companies among the Bulgarian sample. For the Dutch and Spanish companies, we also found that legal obligations and mandatory reporting, together with preventing repeated victimization, were two of the reasons mostly reported for having reached out to the authorities. But also seeking help with the incident to prevent further losses, and again the moral, let's say, idea that it was the right thing to do. So this type reasons somehow point out to the fact that prevention of repeated victimization, but also the belief that it is the right thing to do was one of the factors for which companies reached out to the companies. Although you can see from the percentages that, and also from the previous graphs, that it was not so much prevalent as one would imagine. But still, there are some good takeaways from this initiative. For what concerns underreporting to the authorities, so the most recurring reasons for which companies did not report to relevant authorities across the 3 countries, there were 3 key factors. The first one is that they believe the companies thought that the police and other authorities could not do anything to help, and you can see at the top level of the table. So, for example, for what concerns ransomware, 100% of the companies in the Netherlands thought that authorities could not do anything to help. So that was the reason why they did not report the incident to the authorities. But also, and this is also relevant, the 2 other key reasons for not reporting were that companies dealt with the incident internally, so they managed within their own security team the issue or the incident, and also because they thought it was too trivial or not worth reporting, so they didn't bother to reach out to the authorities to seek help or to make a crime reporting file. This is also interesting because in the literature there was also the fear of reputational damage as one of the key theoretical reasons for not reporting cyber offenses. So the notion that companies would be concerned about a negative impact on their reputation if the public opinion became aware about having suffered a cyber data breach or a cybersecurity attack. But we found no evidence in our study that fear of reputational damage was a key reason for not reporting. So lack of trust, which is essentially they cannot do anything to help, and the fact that they dealt with the incident internally or they thought it was too trivial to reporting were the 2 key reasons for not reaching out. Then moving on to the next slide, okay. So the conclusions that we reached through the study and through the reports, which are openly available on the website, is that of course reporting behaviors varies among the 3 countries, and the Netherlands has come out as the most virtuous country in this regard, which means that in the Netherlands companies had the highest reporting rates for
identity theft, money laundering, money muling. Even if companies aren't being targeted directly, there's a good chance that their apps or services are being used to facilitate and coordinate the activity between fraudsters. You can go online right now and enlist 100 random people around the world to walk into a bank and open a checking account to receive fraudulent payments. And the truth is that even if 99 of the fraudulent transactions were caught before they happened, good luck figuring out where the initial order came from. And you can almost guarantee that unless you piece together the entire case, there's not a single law enforcement agency in the world that will be willing to investigate or prosecute it. What we have here is a problem that's growing out of control. It's cross-jurisdictional, low risk, and highly profitable. If it was just a matter of building better detection methods, we would not have the problem that we're seeing today. In a 1977 lecture by Donella Meadows on the philosophy of system dynamics, she said that anytime there's a problem growing exponentially, we need to identify the positive feedback loop in the system. This is where complexity science enters the picture. We need to step back and look at the system as a whole. So what exactly is complexity science? It's the study of the relationships between systems. Linear systems are additive. The output is always the sum of the input. 1 + 1 = 2. Complex systems are highly interdependent, decentralized, self-organizing, and sensitive to feedback loops. What are feedback loops? Think of this in terms of a thermostat. You turn the thermostat to a certain temperature. the heater or the air conditioner kick on until the room reaches the desired temperature, then it shuts off. Once the temperature exceeds or falls below the desired temperature threshold, the thermostat kicks back on and this loop continues. In the case of cybercrime, as digitization increases, online fraud increases. As online fraud increases, financial losses to business increase. As financial losses increase, the budget to investigate fraud decreases. Both of these contribute to decreasing investigation capacity. And as the investigation capacity decreases, the likelihood of catching fraudster decreases even more. Emergence occurs when a complex system has properties or behaviors that the individual parts do not have on their own. In the context of fraud detection, individual actions or components may not constitute a crime. It's not until their actions are placed together with the larger network that a fraud ring emerges. Machine learning cannot detect patterns that have not yet emerged. So here we have a less abstract example of how cybercrime and online fraud take shape in a complex system. Select any blue box or yellow line in this picture. Is the element benign or malignant? If you remove it, how easy is it for new connections to form so that network continues uninterrupted? Looking at just one component of the system doesn't tell you very much. It's when these components start interacting that the crime emerges. These crimes are unconstrained by geographic or dimensional boundaries. Our laws and policies are 10 to 20 years behind where they need to be in order to effectively combat this problem. Just as we can't fight a forest fire by pouring a bucket of water at our feet, combating cybercrime and fraud requires that we examine the system as a whole. To recap, fraud and cybercrime is adaptive. Fraudsters adapt their methods to our detection efforts. It's collusive more often than not, and this collusion overrides the traditional spectrum of fraud prevention measures, such as separation of duties and oversight. Fraud displays emergent patterns. Fraud can be visualized as networks. These are properties of complex systems, not of linear systems. Now, machine learning still has its place in the fraud detection ecosystem, but it's not enough. If these models were effective on their own, then cybercrime would not be growing exponentially year over year. Fraud screens are adaptive, machine learning models are not. Classical machine learning assume that each artifact or transaction is independent of the rest. This is a faulty assumption for fraud investigation. Using the bird flock as an example, let us assume that we remove or arrest a dozen birds from the flock. Which dozen dismantle the flock? Up until this point, we've been using fraud detection and investigation somewhat interchangeably, but they really are two distinct processes. The more laborious of the two is the investigation component, which requires human revision of the activity that was detected. This is the piece of the process that we need to speed up. You'll want to keep the automated detection methods in place, but don't let your teams get too hung up on perfecting detection models, because it's an ongoing effort and the models will be outdated as quickly as their utility is realized. Wherever possible, invest more effort into speeding up the investigation process and improving the models on the investigation side of the equation. We recommend using graph databases for this. Since they're schema lists, you can incorporate new data points quickly without disrupting your main database infrastructure. Okay, so now we're going to take these principles and apply them in a case study and hopefully provide you with some ideas on how to stage your own data. This case centers on refund fraud. It's a really popular scam nowadays. There are countless vendors advertising these services online. They cost vendors millions per year. Sadly, these schemes often involve compromised employees, counterfeit products, compromised credentials, and vendors have hundreds of thousands of customers around the world. The preconditions that we'll cover here on the crime script include data points that these companies would already have in their possession. Graph models get really complex really quickly, but as your teams learn the topologies to look for that are specific to your domain, querying the information becomes much easier. Graph networks are ideal for modeling relationships between variables. We refer to the objects or entities as nodes and the relationships as edges. Nodes and edges can both have properties. Properties can be added to nodes and edges. Properties can also be modeled as nodes. Think about the star constellation. In most cases, you're going to want to reference the entire constellation, so it makes sense to model the constellation as one node. In other circumstances, you may need to reference two specific stars within the constellation, and therefore you might model each star as an individual node and add an edge between them called part of constellation. Building these models takes experimenting and creativity. We recommend that you try sketching your model before importing the data, but for the impatient, it's really easy to collapse and expand properties and entities once you get the hang of it, particularly if you're well versed at doing database joins and groupings in your head. So Bob and Rob are nodes. Our friends or have been friends for is the edge between them. 5 years is the edge property. Bob likes comedies. Comedies can be a property of Bob's nodes, or comedies can be its own node of a different type. You're going to want to add unique constraints for each node type so that every connection to Bob leads to that single node. Hopefully we didn't lose you with that explanation. Using the facts from the case, I'm going to walk through what I perceive as the wasted data connection opportunities and the variables and logic I would use to improve the monitoring, reporting, and investigation efforts. We know that we have the customer, the recipient, the refund requester, and the employee. They may be one person or 4 people. Either way, we'll have a unique user ID for each person. And since collusion overrides a traditional spectrum of fraud prevention measures such as separation of duties and oversight, shared relationships that cross these permission boundaries will be of particular interest. If I were modeling this, I would start with the 2 node types, employee and user customer. Employee data is likely stored in a separate database, particularly if the service platform is on a different domain or uses a separate application. Your network systems are like a door. Each time a user accesses your platform, the IP address is stored. Think of every possible touchpoint interaction that these users interact with your internal and external systems. Each IP address should be a unique node. The first 3 segments of an IP address tell you who the internet service provider is. You can also glean the user's geolocation. Some data points like timestamps are better left in tabular format. You'll want to look for locations where an employee, for example, shouldn't be logging into requesting a refund from the same device where they're interacting with your customer service agent. Device fingerprinting. You can get the device manufacturer, the regional settings from that device. Do those line up with the geolocation of the IP address that you're interacting with? The shipping address. How often have you shipped to this specific address? Does the address belong to that customer? Does it belong to the refund requester? Are there any addresses on file belonging to internal users matching that location? Same with IP address, device, fingerprint. Is the person who's requesting a refund somebody who's logged into your internal systems before? In this particular case that we're looking at, there were no verification of the serial numbers or model identifiers of the items when they were returned, or even when they were shipped out. So logging that type of information can help you to identify maybe counterfeit products that are being returned. Photos of the delivered items when deliveries are handed to the recipient were not required in some of these cases. So maybe implementing a policy, and I'm actually seeing this in more delivery services now, where they're required to take that photo regardless of whether they're handing it to you or not. Match the resolution of the photo with the device that is supposedly assigned to the user taking the photo, to make sure you're not getting falsified photographs. In this case, no secondary audit or tracking was in place to check, okay, who checked these items in? Is there an unusual correlation between the number of items that go missing and the number of items that are being checked in? So this would be the sample model. These are the connections that you'll see. Don't be intimidated. If you're new to modeling your data as a graph, it can be look really confusing at first, but I promise that it gets much easier. You'll start to identify which of these variables you want to leave as in tabular format for your own reporting, maybe alerts, automated alerting, investigation. Once you query certain topologies, you can pull everybody from the network who matches that specific pattern, and it becomes really simple to filter down through your data. Because graph databases are schemaless, adding or developing new data points is
Hiya, Michelle. Sorry, we've lost connection to your Zoom. Are you still there?
I can hear you.
Sharon, we'll wait for Michelle to reconnect, but if you're okay to take over, that would be fantastic.
So the last screen here is data triangulation, and it's companies.
I think we lost the presentation.
Yes.
Don't worry. Michelle's coming back on.
Okay. They call it technology.
It's all good. We're doing very well for time.
Oh, did I lose part here?
We
Sure
had a disconnection for a moment. If it's okay, Michelle, please could you share your presentation again, please?
Yes. Just give me one moment.
Yeah, we lost you right on that that last data triangulation screen. I think it might have been the one before that one.
Right before?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll go ahead and repeat this piece again. So just to reiterate, companies already have these data points to construct these models, but they often stop short of analyzing the relationships that could catch this type of fraud sooner. Because graph databases are schemaless, adding or developing new features is really easy. Graph neural networks are computationally expensive, but community detection is not. Community detection are the algorithms that you would use to identify this type of activity within these graphs once you have them set up. And again, the picture of this graph is the representation of the case study walkthrough. As you're linking your data, do relationships exist where they shouldn't? Are relationships missing where they shouldn't be? How rare is the device manufacturer in the region of that user? You can use open source information to pull that data in. Huawei in the US versus maybe Apple in India. Do the region settings of the device accessing your site match the user's stated location in the IP address of their location? Has the device appeared with any other transactions? Is the address linked to any other customers? How often have you shipped to that address? What's the return rate going to that address? Is an employee processing an inordinate volume of transactions for certain product categories? Do you have your high-risk product categories labeled to flag unusual activity emanating from a specific region, warehouse, employee, cluster of accounts? Does information from public records match the information that was provided? Your fraud monitoring may be split between real-time decisions and ongoing efforts. Your investigation teams, you definitely want to keep that coordination between them, but if you have separate systems, be sure that your data is talking to each other so that you can quickly link the activity that's going on between internal users, external users, new users. And on that note, I'm going to pass it off to Dr. Jones.
All right, very good. Thank you, Michelle, for such a comprehensive presentation. And thank you, Dr. Burton, for your opening. We certainly want to thank everyone for attending this presentation, The Paradoxical Role of Data, Weapon, and Defense. The learning outcome objectives were to assist you in understanding the complex and paradoxical nature of data, comprehending the landscape of cybercrime and online fraud through the lens of a complexity science, and how to enrich data and apply it in fraud detection and investigation. Our contact information is shown on this slide, and we're now happy to take any questions that you may have.
Michelle, if there are any questions, can you go back and talk about those data points? I think that is very interesting for people to understand who may work in any industries that could be connected to fraud, and how the materials are called out that may have high interest for fraudsters, and how companies can flag these particular materials that are potentially high fraud. So if we start seeing a lot of returns on those, it gives out an alert. Can you give a little bit more on that?
Yes, so if you have, let's say a high volume, let's say MacBooks, those tend to be a really popular category, falsified returns. If you have the serial number is always on the box, so maybe implementing an automated way to track that serial number when it goes out the door, when it returns, look at where it's being returned from. If you're using UPS, FedEx, I forget some of the other shipping companies, your account should automatically you should have an API that allows you to import the tracking number from those boxes that went out. You can import the geolocation, the address, and quickly just match it up with your internal system to make sure that the data aligns. You can pull in public records, the owner information of the property where something is being shipped. How closely does that match with the name of the recipient? We have a lot of models in place nowadays that can just quickly parse through thousands of emails and score how close they are. Similarity in spelling, maybe Robert and Bob, you're going to put those groupings together. Use topic modeling for refund requests. Does the wording come in the same? When they submit on Amazon, for example, where you're given the option to insert a comment with the return reason, how similar is the wording? Are you seeing a pattern from a certain cluster of accounts where they're using identical wording in those return reasons. Delivery directions. So maybe sometimes we'll say, use this code or leave at the door, don't leave at the door, come around back. Look for those types of patterns and have some automated alerting in place to link, okay, this activity, this wording, these phrases are coming from this cluster of accounts. We're seeing device fingerprints. You know, people legitimately send each other, you know, I send family members items all the time online that I purchase. So look at the time of year, you know, family holidays where families do tend to be together. It's not going to be unusual to see multiple device fingerprints coming in from those locations. Maybe everybody's Black Friday shopping online together. So you're going to also want to take into account the temporal conditions, maybe create some variables for that. Look at the metrics between certain employees, certain warehouses, certain regions, have those stacked up against the other individuals within those regions, within those warehouses. Not necessarily related to, so if you have a hotline for reporting fraud, and the same goes for tips for the tragedies that we see online. You know, all too often we'll see a headline that, oh, the FBI was warned that this was going to happen. And so, you know, it's easy for us to sit at home in our smartphone jury bench and, you know, lash out that the FBI didn't do something sooner. But the reality is, sifting through thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of tips and identifying which of those is credible, it takes time. So use topic modeling. You know, the large language models that the development that's gone into large language models is so far advanced at this point that it's easy to combine topic modeling with the language that's coming in, set up flags, the specificity of details, using entity identification, you know, are specific names given, specific locations, create scoring for clusters of information that come in where it might be more credible because of the specific detail that's provided in the complaint or in a tip. And again, I know this is a lot to digest for the audience. If you have any additional questions or would like insight, maybe in how to handle your specific case situation, we're happy to provide that additional context or insight. But again, these are just some ideas for ways that retailers can address this issue. How you can link this information within your own organization, how to make better use of the data, pull in as much open source information as possible, make use of those of public records, do reverse lookups in, you know, it's easy to say that you can never have enough data or you have too much data. You're going to have to learn through trial and error what reporting is relevant to your domain, and then be on the lookout for new modi operandi. And as you start shutting one fraud ring down, another emerges. It's going to be an ongoing effort. And you know, folks are clever. Every almost like it almost seems like every barrier that we put in place gives rise to an entrepreneurial opportunity on the fraudster side. You know, we require account verification, ID verification. Well, you go online and you have countless services around the world, people offering to verify accounts for pennies on the dollar. So I'm trying to think of another example. You have account verification. They sell pre-bundled accounts, credentials, Stilo logs, and the list of clever tactics that they put in place to work around our workarounds are endless. And again, until we get our policies to a place where this type of these types of crimes can be prosecuted quickly, and we get interjurisdictional cooperation, transferring evidence in the U.S., for example, in order for the evidence to be admissible in court, the government where the evidence is collected needs to certify that evidence, and that has to go through the office of the OIA, and those requests can take months or years to process. So if we don't have an extradition agreement, there's little incentive to spend the limited resources that a department may have, chasing after something that may never actually result in an arrest, or may ultimately end up being transferred to another agency. And at the end of the day, your taxpayers are like, hey, where did our money go? And if you have to have something to show for it. So that's another contributor to the low prosecution rates in these types of cases.
I would like to bring out another point. Noted is the device fingerprint. As a criminologist, I learned fingerprint arches, loops, whirls, and accidentals. That is the physical fingerprint. But in terms of the device fingerprint, can you speak to whether it is called out specifically in types such as the physical fingerprint, and how is that connected back to the fraud?
So the device fingerprint, it depends on the API that you have in place. LexisNexis is the gold standard for a lot of companies. And the device fingerprint that they capture contains these attributes. One of the challenges that we run into with device fingerprinting now is privacy and anonymity, two sides of the same coin. So you have Apple and Google both now implementing anti-fingerprinting. So where we could have captured the device fingerprint includes the user agent, the device manufacturer, the regional settings, the browser version, the operating system version. These are all details that are captured, and the extensions that you have installed, the apps that you have installed. In some cases, it divulges the information running in the background. The time, there's so many attributes that it depends on the service, but those are the primary attributes that are captured in a device fingerprint, and they are, I believe, the last test is like 99% specific to any device. Unfortunately, if you have multiple monitors, for example, accessing a site from one screen is going to give me a different device fingerprint than if I access it from my same device on a different screen. So one user may have thousands of device fingerprints on file as they continue updating their operating system, as they're using different browsers, different browser versions, and those stack up over time. But you can extract portions of those fingerprints and link those together by similarity. Maybe you want to look for operating system version. We know how difficult it is to move backwards in an iOS version after an update. So if somebody's on iOS 17.2 and suddenly they jump back to 17.1, maybe you want to create a variable that flags that as an alert. And that would speed up the investigation portion. So you have that flag already in place. When you look up these users, you look for those certain flags or indicators like, oh, hey, this is suspicious, or hey, this person has been using Chrome for 88% of their logins, and suddenly now they're using Firefox. Those unusual patterns are things that you're going to want to flag in the investigation process.
Okay.
The ANSI fingerprinting with the privacy protection methods are making this less useful of a tool, so we're going to have to continue to evolve identifiers, how we identify the devices and users that are accessing our systems.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Michelle, you mentioned that fraudsters are definitely outpacing us in terms of their antics. So based on the research that you conducted, to what extent did you find perhaps that the fraudsters are primarily using linear or complex models to outpace us?
So as far as outpacing, that's been an ongoing problem even since before the internet age. That is just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But the collusion piece really came into light, I'd say, with the social media and the availability of these massive chat apps, Discord, Telegram, WhatsApp, Facebook groups, where you can basically lock people out, let only certain people in, and have your activity continue unhindered, uncensored. You also have the fine line between freedom of speech and, you know, the ability to just frequently post online, hey, here's my illegal service, anybody who wants to buy it, sign up. And you have hundreds of thousands of people in these channels openly speaking about illicit activity. The detection model, they know who the different providers are, the different detection methods. That's another piece, I forgot to mention that. So in implementing your detection methods within your organization, you're going to want to keep what you're using to detect users or detect this type of activity limited to only people who need to know. Because as soon as you disclose it, everybody knows the workaround. That's I'm not sure it totally addressed the question, but I think it's just an important piece to mention here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It sounded a bit more trending towards the linear models.
Yeah, so as far as linear models, that is, is this credit card stolen? Yay, nay?
Yeah.
That's perfect for machine learning, the classical machine learning, because it's gauging that transaction and it's classifying the risk to that transaction. But your risk from a $5 or $10 transaction is minimal compared to identifying 5,000 people who are working together. And you're gonna miss the forest for the trees, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Were there any questions that came in, perhaps online or in the room?
Hi, we've had no questions come in at the moment, I'm afraid.
Okay. All right. So I'll turn it over to you, Michelle, to close us out.
All right. Well, again, we want to thank you for joining us today. Our contact information here on this slide. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Calvin.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. We'll just wait a few more minutes. We're over here in Oxford. We're set up to be ready to go at 3:30, so we've still got another 12 minutes left, actually. You're nice and early, which is good. So,
Thank you.
if it's all right with you, we'll just wait until the other participants turn up. We're waiting for Daryl, Sharon, Ty, and Anuradha.
Yeah, even if they, I don't know if they're going to show up. Even if they don't show up, I'll present the presentation.
Wonderful. That sounds good to me. Okay, cool. We'll just go back on mute for now as we wait for more people to fill up the room. But I will come back in and say hello again in a moment.
Okay. Do you mind if I share my screen now?
Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to test it and make sure it all works. That's no problem at all.
Yep. So I'll stop sharing then, and we'll pick up when we come back on.
Yep, that looks good to me. I can see that. Advocating for human factors.
Excellent.
Cool. Okay, yep. I shall speak
Thank
to you again in a moment. See you in a moment.
Okay. you are in the world. Thank you for joining our session today. And as you can see from the title, this session is going to be about, we're going to talk about really bringing human factors engineering to the forefront in artificial intelligence. And so here's some of our agenda items for today. So for our agenda items, we're going to talk about some human factors engineering and AI, 3 things to remember about human factors engineering, the goals of human factors engineering, some of the historical evolution behind it, designing AI systems, the critical roles of human factors, some of the challenges, awareness, and we're going to get into some of the key areas, and we're going to talk about strategies for advocating for human-centric AI, and then we're going to go ahead and conclude, and then we'll open up for questions and answers from the floor. One thing I love doing in my presentations is starting all my presentations off with a famous quote, and this is a famous quote from a Stanford professor, and she said, "Artificial intelligence is not a substitute for human intelligence. It is a tool to amplify human creativity and ingenuity," and which is so true and very applicable to our presentation. And so when we talk about human factors, we can't turn on the TV today without some type of talk around artificial intelligence. And so, but the one thing we're not really talking about in artificial intelligence are some of the negative attributes or some of the negative consequences of artificial intelligence. And on this particular slide, what do you see here? You see just some things that the media was able to capture, like a Detroit man sues police for wrongful detection, arresting him based on facial recognition technology that failed. Or we talk about some of the massive failures of artificial intelligence today, or we talk about the top 8 AI adoption failures and how to avoid them. So even though AI has recently went through and grown upon us exponentially, there are still some issues with it. And this is why the topic that we're talking about today is so important, because while the technology itself is growing exponentially, the problem with one aspect of the problem with artificial intelligence is that we really having a hard time getting our hands wrapped around how do we make it focus on the user or the human element. And this is where human factors engineering and AI comes into play. Because while artificial intelligence is not a novel concept, it's been around since the 1950s, its recent ascendancy creates a lot of complexity addressing the human element. And so it's kind of like we all of a sudden have all these tools, all these new toys that's based around artificial intelligence. However, we're struggling to really understand what we're using when we use artificial intelligence. And so one of those things that we're struggling with the most right now regarding the human interaction and role with artificial intelligence is where's our place? Because one of the things we have to look at is how are we going to leverage artificial intelligence? There are 3 and not more distinct ways we can leverage artificial intelligence. One of it is, it's a tool, which it will always be a tool, but it's a tool that we're able to manipulate. We're able to supervise, we're able to manage it to help us enhance our decision-making, to give us some sort of end product. Or artificial intelligence can be our co-worker. Yes, we're at the point now where we really have to start thinking about having a digital co-worker. And the other one is, in terms of automation, where artificial intelligence is doing everything for us, but we're managing that process. So what it's really doing is displacing the human in the decision-making process, in that decision-making loop, but it still is an area where we have to really focus on how do we integrate AI into our space. And so, and again, there could be many more combinations out there. I just gave you 3. So there's something to think about, especially the one when we're talking about artificial intelligence being a digital co-worker. So 3 things we need to remember about human factors engineering. 1, it is a discipline. 2, it's a profession. And 3, it is scientific. So throughout this presentation, I want you to always think about those 3 things, that human factors engineering is a discipline, it's a profession, and it's scientific. So some of you might be asking, exactly what is human factors engineering? And so the International Ergonomics Association said it's a scientific discipline with the understanding of interaction between the end users, people, elements, their systems, and the profession, how it applies to theory, to data, to principles, to optimize human well-being and human performance, which in turn help drive better behavior. And so this is what human factors really is. Some of you might say, well, I've never seen human factors. Well, think about the last time you boarded an airplane. You saw the principles of human factors at work. You saw how the stewardesses on the plane were doing their jobs. The pilots were in the cockpit getting the airplane ready for takeoff, and they were communicating with each other through audible sound. And so that's human factors principles. And so the question we have to ask ourselves today is, how do we bring artificial intelligence and human factors together? And so the other thing I want you to think about, by leveraging human factors engineering, we're going to enhance the design of our systems, our tools, our equipment, our processes, our procedures, and which is going to enable us to have more effective and better human performance. And the one thing that I want you all to also realize is that human factors engineering is applicable to just about any domain. So the question remains, it's kind of mysterious to me, and a question that I chase every day as a human factors engineer is, how did this discipline get left out of artificial intelligence? And so let's talk about some goals of human factors engineering, since I gave you the definition. So some of the goals of human factors engineering is to help enhance safety and effectiveness. So think about some of the AI tools that we have out there, AI capabilities that we have, and you think about, are they keeping us safe? Think about when people go to the airport and the facial recognition technology fails, and we have people that's been falsely arrested, or we have artificial intelligence used in healthcare and it's giving incorrect information to the doctor. So these are some things we got to think about. Is it keeping us safe? And also optimizing human system integration. This is so important. Is where do we fit into the artificial intelligence capability? I want us to think about, let's leverage artificial intelligence as a tool, and we working with it, than us trying to change the scenario and we end up working for it. And then we'll talk about that in some slides coming up at the end. What's some of the dangers of doing it? So human factors also give us the ability to reduce, mitigate, and limit human errors. Human errors will always exist. It's a part of who we are. We make mistakes as people, and so that's not going to change. It enhances system availability. Why does it enhance system availability? It's about the design aspect. We are designing systems based on our own limitations and weaknesses. And it also increased system reliability, meaning that because we put the system under so much scrutiny, and we use what we call a forcing function in human factors, meaning we're trying to get the system to perform, to do certain things. Even if it's to do some things wrong in the testing phase, we wanted those systems to do things wrong so we can iron out the adversity of those wrongdoings, so we can increase the system reliability when we take it in production and go live with it. But one of the things we need to remember about human factors engineering as a whole is that it is widely acknowledged that it is woefully underutilized, especially when we're talking about investigating issues and developing some practical solutions. And this also, there's a list of unintended consequences around this because we're not leveraging human factors engineering. And this also includes the AI space. Those of you who are working in the tech and security space, you see this with cybersecurity. Same thing. We are struggling to understand the human dimension in cybersecurity, and we're seeing the same thing in AI now. And part of that is because it's woefully underutilized and not recognized by security and technology professionals. And so this is why it's so important for us to advocate for human factors engineering and artificial intelligence. It's because one area is the critical area investigation. we have to have a better understanding between the user and the AI system. So how do we integrate it? How do we leverage it? How do we understand it? And so this is very important because at the end of the day, systems should be built around people. That's the human-centric aspect rather than people built around systems. It doesn't work. And we must also address the human artificial intelligence interplay. That is ensuring optimum user experience and system performance. I was very fortunate to catch a podcast yesterday, and it was the CTO from Deloitte. And one of the things he was talking about is with artificial intelligence going forward is that we have to pay attention to the user experience. And one way of paying attention to the user experience is by integrating user experience professionals into the artificial intelligence lifecycle development so that they can help us understand how do we capture the user experience from a human-centric perspective. And so that's very important. The other thing he talked about was the user interface. And so from a human factors engineering aspect, we have user experience professionals being integrated. We have user UI, user interface professionals and work happening. But the field of human factors engineering is a vast field. We need a lot more of those professionals integrated into the artificial intelligence lifecycle so we can keep the human-centric and build around human limitations and weaknesses. And so here's a laundry list of just some human factors concerns with AI. This could have went on for another 4 or 5 slides. So what I did, I just tried to pare it down to some of the more critical issues that we see with human factors concerns with AI. For instance, ethical considerations. Under ethical considerations, you could talk about some of the biases that we're seeing with the data and the algorithms in artificial intelligence. For instance, like we talked about earlier, the gentleman in Detroit who had the issue with the law because the facial recognition technology failed. User experience. Even though some companies and organizations are paying close attention to user experience, some are not. It's not that important. They feel it's better to produce the technology rather than design and the human experience aspect of it. The human-machine collaboration. This is something that's been done for many, many decades, but we struggle with it in AI. A couple more here, just trust and transparency we'll talk about. We also need to start talking about the psychological impact of AI, our cognitive workload with AI. How is that going to impact us cognitively? Where typically when we talk about our work environment, we might be more manually involved in our work environment, or we might have some type of semi-automation that we're leveraging. But now we're talking about bringing in artificial intelligence where it's going to do all the work for us. And so some people might feel like I'm being displaced, and you are. You've been displaced out of that process, but you are still a part of the decision-making loop. And we have to find a way to bring that to the forefront where we keep people involved in that decision-making loop, even though artificial intelligence is doing all the work. And so the other thing we got to talk about is the historical evolution of artificial intelligence. It's been around for more than 6 decades. And it came about through sciences and theories and mathematical logic and statistics and computational neurology and computer science. That's a lot, but it came together over 6 decades ago. And now we're at a point now where we're producing at a very low scale right now, generative AI with the primary objective of replicating human cognitive abilities. In other words, we're creating systems that think like humans. And so this slide here, I know it's a busy slide. I just want to point something out real quick and we'll move on. If you look at where I'm playing with the mouse here, this top portion here is the evolution of AI. You see the first digital computers came about between the 1940s and 1950. Somewhere in between there, right? And so if you look down, the bottom portion of the slide talks about human factors in its development in the United States. The Europeans been using human factors and ergonomics well before we started using it in the United States in the 1940s due to military aviation. But you can see both of these fields were pretty much birthed in the United States around the same time. What's concerning, though, is that they went on their path of materialization and maturation. The problem is that they haven't really crossed. We're now just talking about crossing the crossroads between artificial intelligence and human factors engineering. And that's all I wanted to point out from that slide, is that you can see the growth of both of these fields starting around the same time. And so the other thing we need to think about is, how do we design AI systems with human factors engineering in mind? And one of the ways we can do this is we got to think about it from a cognitive awareness perspective, meaning that how much cognitive or mental demand is going to be placed on the human. And it's just not just the human. Even though artificial intelligence appears to be doing all the work, like I said earlier, we got to now start thinking about how are we going to be integrated and how are we going to be working with the artificial intelligence. Or it's going to be a digital coworker, or it's going to be giving us some portions of our work, or is it going to be doing all of our work? And then we still going to be responsible for the outcomes and the output of that work, even though most of it's provided by artificial intelligence. Cognitively, we have to think about what's that mean long term, and what's going to be the wear and tear on the people, the employees involved with that particular system. And then we got to look at how do we design it with enhancing decision making. And the decision making piece is key, because if people can't understand where they are in the process or how to leverage the artificial intelligence as a tool to complement their work or to complement their production or outcome, then it's going to be problematic for them, and they're probably not going to trust it. And the crucial integration here is really, again, we can't get over the human AI teaming aspect. How do we team it together? And there's a lot of literature that's right now that talk about the human AI teaming piece, but there's not a literature on talk about integrating human factors engineering into that calculus to help us ease out the friction from the teaming of artificial intelligence and people in the workplace. And so here's some challenges with this. And so, again, we got to talk about natural language understanding. Everybody at this point have been hearing about natural language programming, right? That's where we take text and it's giving us an outcome. But I can tell you from just playing around with some of the AI tools out there that the natural language process doesn't always get it right, and it's very difficult to get it right. And it's one of the changes that we have coming down the pipe. Again, the CTO from Deloitte said yesterday that one of the changes that he's estimating we're going to see within the next 5 to 10 years is that we're using programming languages to interact with artificial intelligence, where he believes that we're going to be using our regular native languages to communicate with artificial intelligence, and it produced the computing language that we need to produce the algorithm for the artificial intelligence. I think that is a tremendous step. I think there's a lot of concerns there, and I think there's a lot of work that has to be done from a human factor engineering point to make sure that we reduce the friction between the human element and how do we make that happen. I think there's a lot of work that has to be done, and again, I'm troubled with that because from this point, I don't really see a lot of human factors engineering professionals integrated into human factors, into artificial intelligence at this point. The bias and the fairness, we cannot get over that. We've seen this before. This will continue to build issue. One of the things that I recommend for the AI developers is before you send your work out into production is to make sure you capture enough personas. Personas is something we use in human-computer interaction when we're building a digital interface. We like to build a digital interface based on the testing of different personas, meaning, for instance, you might have a persona group of Black men in my age from 30 to 55 or 60. You might have a female group from 18 to 30. You might have a disability group in there. You might have other ethnic groups in there. And so you capture as much as you can about these groups. to eliminate the biases or reduce the bias and to make it all and increase the fairness of it. The privacy concerns, we can't talk about that enough. Even though a lot of developers will tell you that they sanitize the data that they're using in some of these algorithms, but my concern is that the artificial intelligence itself is able to bring the data together using mathematical computations and statistics. And so we say we're sanitizing it, but then again, the artificial intelligence is able to bring it back together, bring together the data that we want sanitized. So that's concerning. Transparency, how does it work? And we're gonna get on that in a couple slides here. And user trust. User trust is something that's very important, because if people don't trust the artificial intelligence, if they don't understand it, they won't use it. And trust is something that can be very fleeting, meaning today they might be using an artificial intelligence tool that they really enjoy. Then if that tool starts becoming more complicated and they don't understand it, 2 weeks, 2 months from now, they might discontinue using the tool because they no longer trust it. The other one is ethical, ethical dilemmas. We can't talk about this one enough because we have, there's all sorts of there's all sort of ethical dilemmas that's going on. For instance, some people are concerned about sharing, like we talked about privacy recently, talk about sharing PII. Some people are concerned about just giving too much information. Some people are concerned about if they include their information in an algorithm such as like ChatGPT, that it becomes part of the ChatGPT algorithm. And then there's also concerns if you generate something from ChatGPT or you generate something from an AI tool, is it how you go about the copyright? How do you go about protecting it? And so there's all kind of ethical dilemmas and concerns around those capabilities. Data quality. Again, we always have a saying, garbage in equals garbage out, but how do we sanitize the data and how do we make sure that we get good data so that the algorithm is giving us the most optimum output? We talked about user interface design. We cannot overemphasize that, because if users cannot get past the ability to integrate and leverage the user interface, they will not use the tool or capability of product at all and just walk away from it. And so that definitely is very negative and harmful to the human AI interaction. Security is another one. We could talk about security with AI and people all day, but I would just say this is that, once again, with AI capability, especially when it gets in the hands of the adversary, can the adversary leverage AI capabilities to reverse engineer to harm us from a security aspect? So those are things that we have to start thinking about. And those are things that people and organizations are already thinking about, especially those organizations who are under, just cyber attacks every day. And we do have that happening. And the adaptation of user preferences. How do we get feedback from the users to those AI developers so they can make changes to enhance the capability of the AI tool or the application of the system that the user is going to be using? That feedback loop is key, that mechanism to inform the system. And here's the thing with AI, just like anything else we use, there's a life cycle. And that life cycle has to be open to feedback from the users. And if that feedback doesn't get back to the developers, then the user will feel like they don't no longer trust the system and they won't use the system. And one of the growing phenomena that we're seeing with artificial intelligence is AI awareness. And so this is all about understanding the AI systems. How do we understand? How do we categorize it? How do we deal with the different facets of awareness around it? And this is very complicated because, for instance, just think about when you use ChatGPT or some other AI tool, do you really understand what's happening behind the scenes? Is it maintaining your awareness? Are you situationally aware of what's going on? And if the answer is no, then you probably don't have a full level of trust in the tool, even though the tool is able to give us great output in some cases, it's still that factor in there, I don't understand what it's doing. And we also have to remember that AI, artificial intelligence awareness, is still in this infancy stage, and we're gonna have to continue to develop this in literature so that it can take root. And it's really gonna help us focus on three things. Transparency, remember we talked about transparency, but we'll get to that in a few. Communication, how do we have better communication between the developers and the end users, not just the end users, but also communication between the AI tool and the persons that are using it or the organization that's using it, and calibrated trust. Remember, I just told you, these tools are going to morph over time. They're going to become a lot more sophisticated over time. And so, again, it's going to require us as end users to calibrate our trust, whether we trust the tool because we understand what it's doing or we don't trust the tool because we don't understand what it's doing. But when we talk about transparency, it's really getting into understanding the black box of the system. And what those black boxes of the system is, that's the algorithm and the data it's using in the algorithm to make a decision. Do we understand the decision-making process? And is the system telling us its decision-making, how it arrived to that final output? If we can have transparency to understand that, that will help us understand the artificial intelligence. And so, again, how do we go about bringing about this transparency, helping the artificial intelligence help us understand how its decision-making? Because at the end of the day, a lot of people are going to be looking to depend on artificial intelligence to gain the competitive advantage because it's there. It's a tool now. It's out there, and it's not like we can put it back in the box. We can't. It's out there. And so companies are saying, how do I leverage AI to be competitively advantaged? And the other thing we talked about safety, accountability, and explainability, which we'll get to in a few minutes. And so there's this other phenomenon that's happening with AI. It's called anthropomorphism. And I first learned about this in my academic writing. I remember one time I submitted a paper and I had a professor told me that he said, you know, you are violating anthropomorphism right now. And I had to go look that up. And that was years ago. And what it is just basically when you give human-like traits and characteristics to non-human things. And so when we look at anthropomorphism, there's 4 degrees of AI anthropomorphism. And so there's one called courtesy, being polite to the AI. And then the other one is reinforcement, giving praise to the AI, and role playing with the AI. And the other one is building companionship. Now this is where it can really turn to the dark side. This is where cyber psychologists come in and say, okay, we need to understand how people are interacting with digital technologies on an online environment and so on, because now we begin to see people have real life conversation and relationships with artificial intelligence. And so this is a concern that we must understand, and how do we help end users understand that, you know, giving human-like characteristics to AI is good and it's bad. It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword in the fact that the good, it can be potentially a digital coworker, or it could be a tool that help us have higher productions and output. But the negative aspects of it is when people go too far with it and they start to develop companionships and other things with artificial intelligence. And so how do we get that under control? And this is where I think human factors engineering can come in and help build some boundaries and help put out some communications and understanding that at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is still a tool. And then you hear me talk about this several times, and now we're going to get into it. Explainability and AI systems. We really have to understand the system. And for me as an end user to understand how and what I'm using, I need to understand it beyond the technical aspects of it. Like, again, I pretty much understand that ChatGPT is using data, it's running an algorithm, and then through that algorithm, I ask it a question, I do some prompt engineering, and it gives me a response. I still need more transparency on it because I want to see the decision-making process behind it, or how it derived at its outcome. And so the explainability in AI system is key, because if the system cannot explain how it reached its decision or its output, then again, the trust is going to be less. people are not going to be trusting of these systems because they don't really understand it. And so this is a real challenge for us as human factors engineers, because now we have to figure out how do we help systems design an explainability aspect. And that explainability aspect has to be across all the different personas, all the different user groups out there, and including my 70-plus-year-old parents, right? And so think about that from an AI developer having to explain or write code and write part of the algorithm where it's explaining its decision making so users can understand it. And so that's going to be a real difficult challenge, but it's not a challenge that should be beyond us. We should be working to do that anyway, because now with us moving into more advanced generative AI, people are going to have more concerns. And yes, even in healthcare, doctors are also asking for explainability in AI systems, because now they want to show the patients how artificial intelligence reaches decisions, and which the doctor is going to most likely leverage in helping inform the patients of a diagnosis of something. And so ensuring safety in AI, this is very important when we talk about safety. You know, a lot of us, think about self-driving cars, and from this perspective, think about some of the transport carriers on the highway, and that's going to be driven by AI. And now we've got to make sure that we got a safety assurance aspect to it. And not only do we need just the assurance, we need safety cases where we can ensure that the artificial intelligence is going to keep us safe and it's going to be reliable to do the right things at all times. I was reading something recently about self-driving cars, and most of us already know there's an issue with self-driving cars, especially making left turns. And so I find that very fascinating that researchers and scientists are still trying to determine what causes vehicles to have problems when they make left turns. Now, and I also was able to talk to a coworker of mine who was able to travel out to San Francisco a couple months ago and participate in the self-driving car experiment. And the cars were kind of like, imagine Uber-like, but it wasn't Uber, where you get in a car and there's no driver. And he was able to participate in that experimentation, and he was very comfortable with it. The feedback he got was the car performed amazingly well, and the car did a lot better than what I thought it was going to do, because there was no emotion involved in it. So the car was just able to do exactly what it was programmed to provide a service to the rider. And so that's why safety is so important in this aspect. The other thing we have to admit is that we're going to make errors. The artificial intelligence is going to make errors. Can you imagine a self-driving car in rush hour traffic in Los Angeles or LA? Dallas or Atlanta or Chicago or one of the other major metropolitan cities around the world? That can be very problematic, especially during rush hour. So this also be frustrating, but again, that is something that we're going to have to work through and learn to accept that AI is going to make errors. And because it makes errors, we're going to have to find a way to reduce the amount of errors it's making. And we're going to have to also reduce the amount of errors that we're making or implementing into the process, so that in case the AI is kind of like a digital co-worker, or we're controlling the AI completely, right? And then how do we integrate safety into human factors engineering? This is a natural fit. One of the goals of human factors engineering is to enhance safety, to focus on safety. And so we've seen this when you look at some of the other domains that leverage human factors engineering. Remember, human factors engineering was born out of military aviation, so the aviation industry in the United States and around the world, very, very good at implementing human factors in all of aviation. So it really could be done. And so we just got to find a way to make it applicable to artificial intelligence so that we can we get to a high level of safety with not so many mistakes and not so many adverse events happening. Then there's a moral accountability and complex ecosystems. So imagine you working for a large bank or you working for a very large organization, and just imagining your cybersecurity ecosystem. Your cybersecurity ecosystem is massive. And so now we're talking about integrating artificial intelligence into that system. And so how do we integrate artificial intelligence into an already large ecosystem, and we're able to achieve more accountability? And that is something that we're going to have to take into account as human factors engineers, because one of the things we like to look at systems as a social technical system, especially like cybersecurity or finance systems or healthcare systems or rail systems or aviation systems. There are not just one system. There are many systems that are dependent on each other. And so when you impact one system, you could be impacting all the systems. And so how do we achieve moral accountability when we're talking about integrating artificial intelligence into a very complex ecosystem? And so in some cases, we're going to be redefining moral responsibility. Again, because we don't know to what degree we're going to be dependent upon artificial intelligence, but we just know that artificial intelligence is going to be a part of the work environment. So how do we redefine it, in terms of creating legislations and creating regulations and laws to help us redefine moral responsibility? And then a dynamic assurance model. Like, how do we ensure that all these things coming together is going to give us the reliability and going to give us the high level of performance that we need? However that models work is yet to be known, because we just don't know. Again, if I had to say where were we on the scale of artificial intelligence, especially generative AI, till we're at some of the advanced stages, I would say we probably just now hitting 2. So we got a long way to go. But this is the time we need to start thinking about how work environments are going to change due to artificial intelligence. And how do we go about creating a dynamic assurance model so that we can achieve the outcomes we want more positively and favorable for organizations, and not just organizations, but for people as well. The other thing is human performance degradation. We've seen this before, and we've seen this a lot. We just haven't seen it. I talked about it from the AI perspective. I remember when I wrote my first dissertation in November 2013, I was the happiest man on earth because the Federal Aviation Administration put out a report that pertained directly to my dissertation that talked about pilots leveraging automation, commercial pilots leveraging automation saw a decline in basic airmanship skill, meaning flying the aircraft. And so it fit hand in hand with my dissertation. And so I was very happy. But I say that to say this: when we leverage automation, we have to offset the degradation in our skill sets. And so the same thing with artificial intelligence. How do we offset the degradation and some of the decision-making abilities and some of the skill sets we used to do and leverage on a routine basis? Now artificial intelligence is going to be doing it. But how do we maintain and keep our skills at a high level? That is something where human factors engineering can come in and help the company determine. It might mean we have to create more simulator-like environments so that software developers can practice their skills more often, or depending on doctors who's going to be leveraging can practice their diagnosis without leveraging AI or whatever, however we're going to use artificial intelligence. So it depends. So we have to avoid the human performance degradation through leveraging artificial intelligence. And so in concluding here, how do we get to a point so we can have human factors engineering and AI? There's some strategies, some things I put together. Believe me, this list could have been 25 initiatives or more. I just kind of came up with 8 here that's very common in the literature. One of the things we need policies directing human-centeredness and human factors engineering and AI. Companies are not going to just volunteer invest and hire human factors engineers unless in some cases they're directed to do so. Why? Because there's a cost aspect. And the other reason is because, like we saw on one of the slides earlier, human factors engineering is woefully underutilized in some spaces, and artificial intelligence is one of them. We need to integrate human factors and psychology-based professionals in the AI development lifecycle. How do we do that? Again, I just alluded to that. We need to hire more people and integrate these people into the life cycle. These people are bringing expertise, a skill set around the human element. How do we enhance things for the users? And we need to make sure that we are leveraging their capabilities. Human-centered, we need to implement human-centered and user-centered design. We say that a lot, and I'm sure everybody has heard that, and they're like, what does that mean? It really means is focusing on the requirements of the end user, the people that's going to be at the center of that you're building the capability, the AI tools for, and how they're going to be leveraging. Looking at the problems from their lens and making sure that we account for human weaknesses and limitations. Usability testing, we need to test, and retest. And the reason we need to do that is because, again, these AI tools are going to morph, they're going to advance. And so if you stop the usability testing, then you reduce the chances of having those improvements or those issues raised because you're no longer doing the usability testing. We need to be intentional about, and we need to have continuous and be intentional about explainability and transparency. That's a given. We also need to develop and teach courses on human factors engineering and AI at the collegiate level. There's not enough of these courses being taught. And I know some people say, well, we teach human-computer interaction. I get it, but human-computer interaction teaches a very scaled-down version in human factors. It doesn't teach the full scope of human factors engineering, and that's what we need to teach. Leverage end users advocacy groups, meaning let end users advocate for the things that they're going to be needing in cybersecurity, in artificial intelligence, and develop and implement a human factors council in AI. Develop a group of workers and include executives and leadership in there so they have some teeth so that they can advocate for human factors issues in artificial intelligence at your organization. And in concluding here, just some points I'd like to reinforce is that human factors engineering is scientific, it's a discipline, and it's a profession. Human factors engineering reinforces safety, performance, and behavior. AI is a tool that complements us. You got to focus on trust and explainability, and we have to ensure moral accountability. When things go wrong, we got people step up, take ownership, and mitigate the wrong so that we can get back to having the system operating at a high level, very ethically and operationally. And with that, I'd like to open it up for questions.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much for that presentation. It doesn't look like we have any questions in the room, and there are none on the live stream either.
Well, I have a few minutes in case you want to wait. I'll wait online a few minutes in case somebody want to ask a question.
Perfect. Thank you. It looks like we are all good here. No one has any questions. Otherwise, feel free to close the session early if you would like.
Yes, we can go ahead and close if there's no question. And thank you for this opportunity.
No, perfect. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice to meet you. So, I was one of the presenters in room 4. Yeah, and I had to rush out when you moderated for some market, right? Yeah. Do you know the best way to be in touch with her? Because I don't think she's around, is she? She must have left, right? Is she likely to be at the reception? Do you know?
I don't know, sorry.
Oh,
I think there should be online in the conference details. There was a app link.
The
sent
what?
out, and this is what everyone's profile and then I had contact us.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So that's the best place to look it up. Okay, so I'll probably check that.
Good luck.
All right, good. Thank you.
It's horrible, isn't it?